Pasalic giving the ball away. Almost put Croatia in trouble there. Still have lost possession again. It's a good challenge, and Modric has it just outside the centre circle. Plays it out to the left-hand side for Perisic. Perisic looking to take on Eder Militao. Still going Perisic, looking for the cross. Gets his cross in, a little overhit with Pasalic the closest to it. And now with Vinicius Junior pretty deep inside the Brazilian half on the left-hand side. Goes back to Thiago Silva, sitting deep, and he calmly plays the ball to the right towards Marquinhos, who can stride forward out of the penalty area. Playing the ball out left to Eder Militao. Comes forward over the halfway line, leaves it for Rafinha. He gives the ball to West Ham's Paquetá. Back to Thiago Silva. Around about the centre circle. Gives it to Danilo. Plays it out to Vinicius Junior. Helps it on to Neymar. Neymar back to Vinicius Junior, and the space has opened up here. Gets to the edge of the penalty area. Looks for the pass, which doesn't find a teammate. And Croatia survive, but they lose possession quickly, and now it is another opportunity as the ball goes into the penalty area. It wasn't actually overrun by Rafinha. It goes out for a goal kick to Croatia. And Brazil starting to look threatening in that final third. Good to see that end product so far, but there's just so much danger in that attacking third of the pitch. Three behind Richarlison, Neymar, Rafinha and Vinicius Junior, all capable of really troubling the Croatian goalkeeper. It's a very well balanced Brazil team, this one. Casemiro and Paquetá are able to sit just a little bit deeper. The ball is played back to Thiago Silva, and alongside Marquinhos in the central defence. Casemiro, Paquetá sitting ahead of them. As the long ball up towards Richarlison is knocked down by the Tottenham striker, but he was in an offside position. There'll be a free kick to Croatia. It's been taken now. Out to the left-hand side for Sousa. He's able to get a foot on the ball and send it high into the air towards the Brazilian backline. It's tidied up by Thiago Silva and Marquinhos, and now an exchange of passes between Silva and Danilo. Now Marquinhos has it, just knocking the ball around in that backline at the moment. Danilo picks it up on the halfway line, gives it to Neymar. A couple of little tricks, and it's closed down quickly by Mario Pasalic, and actually wins Croatia a throw just inside the Brazilian half. Juranovic takes the throw in, gives it to Lovren. Playing alongside Gvardiol at the heart of the Croatian defence. Lovren playing it back to Livakovic here, with Neymar closing down the goalkeeper. And then playing it forward to Juranovic. He's got a bit of space to run into. Crosses the halfway line. Still driving forward at real pace. Gets it out to Pasalic. Looking for the first time cross. Delivers it well right across the face of goal. And there was a little touch there from Ivan Perisic arriving from that left-hand side. Didn't get enough on the ball. It's gone behind for a goal kick. But a tremendous run from Juranovic, and a really good ball into the box by Pasalic. Perisic running across Eder Militao, got his foot to the ball, guided it well wide of the target. No trouble for Alisson in the end, but real danger there. All that Brazilian defence caught out by a burst of speed from Juranovic. Eder Militao is suffering some discomfort at the moment. He's trying to run off a little bit of pain. As Alisson takes the goal kick short to Marquinhos, who takes it out of the penalty area. Gives it to Militao. Not too sure he wanted that ball quite so soon, and forced to go back to Alisson, who gives it back to Militao, who's bundled off the ball. And Brazil might have got themselves into a little bit of trouble here as the deflected cross from Perisic goes behind for a Croatia corner. They really unnecessarily played themselves into trouble there, the Brazilians. Croatia will have a chance here from a set piece. Modric has gone across to take it. There are 8 yellow shirts, plus Alisson inside the Brazilian penalty area at the moment as the cross comes in. It's a poor one from Modric. Headed away by Richarlison at the near post. It's good distance on the header up towards the halfway line. Croatia still looking to threaten here. The through ball, though, is overhit. And Alisson gathers as Brazil look to come forward again, but it's been given away really cheaply. Modric stealing possession on the edge of the penalty area. Looks for the cross to the far post. And the header away is an important one. And Modric so alert there, making the most of a little bit of a slip-up from Thiago Silva. A rare mistake from the experienced defender. Modric taking full advantage. And it came from Brazil trying to play out quickly. Got themselves into a little bit of trouble. Able to get themselves out of it again. Just about survived, but Croatia's starting to look threatening here as we approach the 15-minute mark. With Danilo, Qatar, to Eder Militao, back to Marquinhos. Just a little rattled at the moment, Brazil, after those last couple of minutes. Played out to Rafinha on the right-hand side, looks for the return pass from Paquetá and gets it. Played across to Casemiro. Clips the ball over the top, and it's comfortably left alone by Sosa. Lets it run out of play for a goal kick to Croatia. First of the 4 semi-finals here. With Netherlands against Argentina to come. The winner of that one will, of course, play the winner of this one. Is flicked on by Juranovic. Doesn't win it back with Marquinhos around about the halfway line. They're playing it back to Thiago Silva. Takes his time before knocking the ball back to Alisson. Gives it to Marquinhos. To Casemiro, back again to Thiago Silva. Picking their moments to go and press those Brazilian defenders. Happy just to sit back on the halfway line at the moment. Neymar has come deep to pick up the ball and slips it through for Paquetá. With Rafinha at the moment. Croatia happy to sit inside their own half, and as soon as Brazil are over the halfway line, that's when the press starts for Croatia as Vinicius Junior gives the ball back to Neymar again. He's forced to go backwards once more, all the way to Thiago Silva, who almost stumbles as the ball gets to his feet, but he recovers well and gives it to Neymar, who skips past the challenge of Pasalic and then gives the ball away. Good play initially there by Neymar, but Croatia have won the ball back, held up here by Kramaric, a little isolated, and goes back. And Croatia are able to keep possession. Kramaric helping it on again, looking for Perisic, who wins the duel in the air with Eder Militao. It does go out of play for a throw. Brazil have got things moving again with Casemiro out to the left-hand side for Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior, a little ball into the box with the outside of the foot. Gvardiol heads it away. Rafinha chasing after a loose ball here. Sosa has done well to beat him to it and put the ball out for a throw into Brazil. Still relatively cagey at this stage from these two teams as Brazil come forward again. Held up by Richarlison inside the penalty area. Modric does pick it up and is able to drive forward up towards the halfway line. Gives it to Pasalic, who's got support from Juranovic on his right-hand side. Finds him on the edge of the penalty area. Juranovic cuts back onto his left. Plays it backwards to Kovacic. Now out to the left-hand side. Perisic waiting for it. It hasn't reached him yet. The shot comes in from the edge of the penalty area. And headed away from danger by Brazil. Gvardiol goes to pick it up for Croatia and plays it all the way back to the goalkeeper Livakovic. They do look a threat in that final third, Croatia. In the opening almost 20 minutes. Haven't really had that big chance yet. So Modric comes under a bit of pressure from Vinicius Junior, but deals with it comfortably with a little help from Dejan Lovren. Pasalic has it now. Gives it to Kovacic. Tries the crossfield ball out to the left, which is easily cut out by Militao. Paquetá now finding Danilo. Danilo gives it to Casemiro just inside the Brazilian half. Takes it forward to the halfway line. An exchange of passes with Paquetá before playing it back to Thiago Silva. Now out to the right hand side for Eder Militao, and Rafinha right on the touchline. He's up against two Croatian players, not just to go back to his fullback. Casemiro again on the halfway line, slips it forward to Neymar, is able to turn and play the ball out to the left hand side for Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior now looking to take on the fullback into the penalty area, still holding on to it, twisting and turning, looks for the 1-2 with Richarlison, tries to just place it in the bottom corner and it's blocked by a sea of Croatian shirts. But really beautifully worked there by Brazil, suddenly coming alive here as Neymar looks to take on Modric and goes inside the penalty area, twisting and turning, and then tries to dink a shot with the inside of his foot. Doesn't quite get enough bend and curl on it, and it goes straight down the middle and easily gathered by Livakovic. But Brazil are now weaving their way through this Croatian defence. That's a couple of times they've worked their way into the penalty area to create decent shooting opportunities. Great link up between Vinicius Junior and Richarlison, and Neymar also finding a way in to get a shot on goal. Just turned up the heat a little here as Neymar slips the ball through again, intended for Vinicius Junior, but just puts a little too much on it. Runs through for the goalkeeper. You just get the sense that the Brazilians are starting to enjoy themselves now. For a fairly cagey opening to this one. A couple of little warning shots fired by Croatia. Brazil are just starting to turn up the heat. The ball is cleared long by Livakovic, and it's at the feet of Thiago Silva on the halfway line. Gives it to Paquetá. Exchange with Casemiro. Plays another ball through to Neymar, who immediately returns it to the West Ham midfielder. Now with Marquinhos. Now to Militao. Militao slips it through for Marquinhos, who has a bit of a heavy touch, and Croatia look to play their way out of trouble. Brazil quick to apply the pressure. Sosa's going back to Livakovic in goal. He'll clip the ball out to the right hand side with his right foot to Juranovic, who's looked a threat down the right hand side for Croatia. They have been able to get forward in the early stages here. Livakovic with the ball at his feet again. The goalkeeper going long right footed this time, well over the halfway line. The header is won by Pasalic, I should say, but he's really isolated and it's easily picked up by Alisson. And now the ball is with Casemiro. Given back to Marquinhos. Eder Militao. It's Danilo who picks it up now in a very central position. Gives it back to Marquinhos again. Down to the right hand side for Paquetá. Clips the ball into the penalty area, left-footed. Lovren getting his head to the ball, and the ball is fired towards goal from Casemiro. Takes a deflection, it will be a corner. Once again, Brazil starting to create those opportunities. A little more speculative, that effort from Casemiro, but the deflection has given them a set-piece opportunity. Casemiro, of course, did score in the group stages, got the only goal in the win over Switzerland, which effectively did seal Brazil's place in the knockout stages. Corner comes in from Rafinha. Is dealt with by Croatia, and then there's a foul on Luka Modric just outside the Croatian penalty area. And it will be a free kick to the 2018 runners-up. First time finalists 4 years ago in Russia. France, of course, coming out on top in that final. Croatia finishing third in France back in 1998 on what was their World Cup debut as Croatia. It's just the 6th time they have been at the World Cup finals as Croatia, of course. Just the 3rd time that they've made the quarter-final stage. In fact, the 3rd time they've gone out of the group. They have the ball here. Played out to the right-hand side for Juranovic, who's controlled the ball with his head and then is clattered by Danilo as he was looking to race through on goal. The yellow card is out here for Perisic, or with Perisic rather, applying the pressure to Michael Oliver, but Michael Oliver already had the yellow card in his hand. Maybe Perisic asking for a different colour. It's a high boot from Danilo as he tries to win the ball off Juranovic, and there has been a threat down that right-hand side from Croatia in this first half, and now their left back has picked up a booking. They do have Alexandro available today. That was maybe the only selection question for Brazil coming into this match, whether a natural left back would be selected rather than Danilo. Now Danilo with a yellow card to his name. May give Chiche something to think about, but more importantly for Croatia, it's a free kick on the right-hand side. The middle of the penalty area, almost level with the penalty spot. 5 or 6 metres outside of the box as Modric clips it into the near post, headed away at the front post as the ball is fired back towards goal, but Michael Oliver has already blown his whistle for a foul on Neymar. It comes to nothing for Croatia. It was a decent opportunity. Right-hand side looks to be where they could get the most joy against this Brazilian team. And Juranovic in particular, the fullback, has been very keen to get forward when he can so far. Ball's played out to the right-hand side for Brazil. Eder Militao getting the ball back from Paquetá. Then played all the way back to Alisson. Thiago Silva finding Marquinhos, who's taking the ball forward up towards the centre circle, gives it to Casemiro, exchanges passes with Neymar on the halfway line and plays it out to the left for Vinicius Junior. There's 3 Croatian players surrounding him. He did briefly come away with the ball. Should be able to clear their lines here, but it's been given away. It's a little bit scrappy here from Croatia, so they just failed to get hold of it. Juranovic actually does manage to clear up to the halfway line, but Marquinhos winning it back for Brazil. They are much quicker at regaining possession when they do lose it, the Brazilians, and they've done so again here. Marquinhos giving the ball to Neymar. It's a good challenge from Kovacic. Now Modric gives it to Pasalic. Too many options. He tries to take it down the wing. And wins his side a throw-in on the right-hand side, just inside their own half. Which will be taken by impressive Juranovic. He's arguably been the standout player so far for Croatia. As a free kick is given for a challenge on Rafinha. It's a late tackle. Brazilian players, I think, asking Michael Oliver why there isn't a card that's come out here for this late challenge. Neymar, the player who spent the longest talking to the English official. And the reason for the free kick was a nudge from Pasalic on Vinicius Jr. The free kick is in a central position, around about halfway between the edge of the penalty area and the halfway line. Neymar standing over it, a little too far for a shot at goal, clips it out to the right-hand side. Attempted knock across the face of goal, which doesn't quite come off for Rafinha. As Brazil win it back again. They have been winning the ball back much quicker than their opponents when they do lose possession. Played out to the right-hand side, and Militao delivers the cross, headed into the penalty area. Juranovic deals with the danger this time, and the Celtic fullback is on the charge again. Certainly tried to get forward as much as possible. Good exchange of passes with Pasalic, and now tries to clip it out to the left-hand side and does so well to find even Perisic. Perisic onto his right foot, goes for goal, sends it high over the top. And again, the danger coming from the right-hand side. It ended up on the left with Perisic having a shot at goal. It's a driving run from Juranovic. Celtic fullback really playing his part in the opening half an hour here. He's been excellent so far. The attempt was an ambitious one from Perisic, edge of the penalty area. Needed to be really outstanding to test Alisson from there. Wasn't able to hit the target. Brazil come forward again. We've hit the half-hour mark. No goals yet in this first quarter-final of the 2022 World Cup. Ball with Neymar. Slips past his man, who pulls him back and gets a yellow card for his trouble. No complaints this time for Brozovic. It is Croatia's first booking of the game. Free kick in a similar kind of position here. To the one we had just a few moments ago. It's gathering on the edge of the penalty area. Brozovic joining Danilo in the referee's notebook as Brazil give the ball away rather carelessly from the free kick, make nothing of it in the end. Kramaric playing the ball out to Perisic on the left-hand side. Attempted a through ball which actually bounced off his own man. Souza it was. Went out of play for a throw-in, but Brazil haven't made the most of that either, and Gvardiol now coming away for Croatia. Given to Modric, tries to carry the ball forward over the halfway line, and he's then fouled. Souza, beg your pardon, who was brought to the ground there. So trying to get away from Eder Militao. Free kick to Croatia just inside the Brazilian half, right on the touchline, which has been taken quickly. Modric does have it now. Plays it out to social defender Dejan Lovren. Finds Juranovic now in a pretty advanced position down the right-hand side. Modric. It's going to fall to Juranovic again. Hits his cross high over to the far post, and Alisson came a long way to deal with it. He did get his hand to the ball. Beat Perisic to it. Militao now looking to clear from deep inside his own half. Brozovic has it back. Now Souza. Kramaric. Back to Brozovic again. Gives it to Luka Modric. Slips it towards Kramaric. Juranovic plays it forward to Modric again. Down the right-hand side they go once more with Pasalic playing it back this time though, giving it to Modric and then Juranovic. Back to the halfway line, Lovren. Good spell of possession here for Croatia. Can they make it count? It is Brazil who win the ball back briefly. Kovacic doing well to prevent them from turning it into a counter-attack. The ball is back now with Livakovic, who clips it long, right-footed up towards Juranovic, who helps it on brilliantly for the first time touch, and gets it back again from Pasovic. Now Modric. Good quick passing here from Croatia. Kept the ball well in the last few minutes. Pasovic has it again. Gives it to Brozovic. Out to the left-hand side for Kovacic. Perisic gives it back again to Kovacic. Holds it on the halfway line. Gives it back to Gvardiol. Brozovic again finding Kovacic. Again, it's good possession from Croatia. Moving the ball around well. Establishing some control. They have looked a threat at times in this first half. We've not seen too much in the way of clear goal mat action. Goal in this game, you feel, would really open it up. Croatia have been involved in some tight games so far. 2 goalless draws in the group stage. Morocco and then Belgium, where they were hanging on a little bit, almost ended up being knocked out. Gvardiol here finding Modric again inside the centre circle. Didn't quite get the pass right out wide to the left for Sosa, who did well to make the most of it. Sosa has it again. Clips it over the top towards the halfway line. Won by Casemiro. Marquinhos just tidying things up for Brazil. It's with Casemiro. Takes it over the halfway line. Clips it long. Looking for Richarlison. The ball bouncing inside the penalty area. Juranovic taking no chances. Clearing long. High and out of play. For a throw into Brazil with 10 minutes left in the first half. Goes back to Marquinhos. Gets it back again from Paquetá. Danilo then seemed to go backwards. Brazil just a bit of hold on to the ball for the time being. Just went through a little spell there where Croatia controlling possession. It's been pretty even really all the way through, but the ball might fall for Richarlison here on the edge of the penalty area. It's well dealt with again by the Croatian back line. Juranovic with a slightly risky pass through the middle. Paquetá with a foul on Modric. And there are signals from Zlatko Dalic on the sidelines for his players just to stay calm. First mistake really we've seen Juranovic make. He played the ball up to Modric. He was in a central position. It wasn't a very good pass, and Modric was surrounded by yellow shirts. Did pretty well. Used all his experience to win a free kick. His teammate out of trouble there. As Richarlison goes chasing the ball down. That was well won by Kovacic. The Croatian left-hand side. And now it is Luka Modric who has it deep in his own half. Plays it up over the halfway line to Pasalic. Gets it back again. Ball played up to Pasalic once more. Is allowed to turn on the halfway line. Plays the ball out wide. It's a good ball too to Sosa. Gives it to Kovacic. Kovacic looking for the run of Brozovic, who does well to get away from his man and drive towards the penalty area. He'll be looking for a corner here, but it's going to be a goal kick. A little bit frustrating for a man who picked up a booking a few minutes ago. Croatia have got themselves into some promising positions. Just looked a little bit toothless up front. Brazil had those couple of chances. Vinicius Junior and Neymar getting into good positions inside the penalty area, but aside from that, Juranovic not really tested. And the Croatian back four have generally dealt with the Brazilian threat pretty comfortably. Thrown out to Juranovic now on the right hand side. There's actually a couple of claims from Brazilian players for a back pass there from Gvardiol. He used his thigh just to help the ball on to Livakovic, with his Pasalic now. Gives it to Modric. The ball back with Gvardiol in the centre circle. Kovacic now, looking for Modric, can't find him. One back by Brazil, picked up by Vinicius Junior, given the chance to run at the Croatian backline, but Juranovic again doing really well to get back and make the recovery challenge. Brazil are back in possession though. Played out to Neymar on the left-hand side. Just slowed it down a touch here. Qatar now finding Marquinhos. With Eder Militao to Rafinha on the right-hand side. It's not really been able to affect the game too much so far. With Danilo now. Gives it to Neymar. Nowhere for Neymar to go. Goes back to Thiago Silva. Now Marquinhos. Up again by Neymar, looking to slip the ball through the middle this time. Good defending initially from Croatia. Juranovic has it again. Juranovic making his 26th international appearance, 27-year-old fullback who plays for Celtic. Arguably Croatia's standout player so far in this game, but they've been pretty solid all over. Is played back to Marquinhos again on the halfway line. Plays it out to the left-hand side for Danilo. Now Marquinhos. Thiago Silva. Croatia sitting deep. Happy for Brazil to have possession deep in their half, or indeed in their own half. Very compact shape from Croatia. It's been a disciplined display so far. There are 5 minutes left in the first half. No goals so far. As Neymar hopes to take on a couple of Croatian players, but it's a good defending by Pasalic, who made the challenge to win it back. Just a little slow in clearing their lines here. And it's ended up with Croatia giving away a free kick on the edge of their own penalty area. They'll be a little frustrated because they won the ball back and really should have cleared the danger. Be a free kick on the left-hand side from a Brazilian perspective, almost right on the edge, the corner of the penalty area. Plenty of options, but it looks as though Neymar is preparing to take charge of this one. Decent position here. Rafinha also standing over this free kick. The left-footed option perhaps. Will it be Neymar to try and test Livakovic here? Neymar is deflected off the wall and into the arms of the Croatian goalkeeper. Livakovic able to adjust pretty quickly and comfortably, but it was hit with a fair amount of venom by Neymar, and the three-man wall just kind of split and bounced off the man in the middle. Luckily for Livakovic, the deflection didn't have too much impact. Did change the trajectory of the ball, but he had enough time to react. It came to nothing for Brazil. Still goalless here in the first quarter-final of the World Cup. Played forward and then cleared long by Lovren. So Brazil give the ball away inside their own half. It's Brozovic who picks it up. Now given to Modric. Brozovic again. Guardiola. Ball around comfortably at the moment. Croatia, they'll be happy enough with the first half so far, you'd imagine. Minimal threat on their goal. A couple of little openings. They might be able to force something else here as the ball is slipped through towards Perisic, who Some pressure on that Brazilian backline. It's really good defending from Thiago Silva in the end. Juranovic picks it up on the halfway line, and as is often the case, is able to drive forward, but Oliver, the referee, has stopped play. Qatar down with a slight injury. Must have been a little bit of discomfort here. It's just a bit of a late coming together with Ivan Perisic, who just collided. With Qatar, who is back on his feet now. The drop ball in a moment. The ball is hit long over the top, and into the penalty area is Kramaric. Once again, it's Thiago Silva who does the defending, but the flag goes up for offside anyway. The veteran Brazilian able to keep an eye on Kramaric, who made the run. He was offside. The replay has confirmed that. Good defending, though, I have to say again, from Thiago Silva. The last couple of minutes he's done some excellent defensive work. Just reads the game so well. 38-year-old. Making his 113th international appearance. 188 caps between them, the centre-back pairing for Brazil, and Marquinhos still just 28 years old. This is cap number 76 for him. 189, that is, isn't it? International caps between them. Danilo making his 49th international appearance. Edwin Militao just 27 as of today. A relatively inexperienced player in the back line as Gvardiol brings it forward for Croatia. There's just 30 seconds left in the first half here. Brazil hoping for one last attack. Ball is with Juranovic on the right-hand side. Now Luka Modric picks it up. Is there time for Croatia to make one last opportunity in a half that has been short on those? In fact, the offside flag has been raised against Kramaric, and it will be a free kick to Brazil. It might be just about it for the first half. And there is the half-time whistle from Michael Oliver, and no goals so far in this first quarter-final. A couple of half chances for Croatia and indeed Brazil. Neymar and Vinicius Jr. perhaps coming closest, but nothing much to trouble either goalkeepers really in the first half here. It is Croatia 0, Brazil. in the second half. And their famous yellow shirts and blue shorts against the checked shirted Croatians. Giving away the first free kick. It's just 10 seconds in the second period. Pretty even first half, not too much in the way of clear-cut chances. Very much like a chess battle between these two tactically. So Vinicius Jr. chases a high ball which has bounced out of play. And it'll be a goal kick. No change for Croatia at half-time. Livakovic in goal. The back four. Once again of Souza at left back, Juranovic right back, Gvardiol and Lovren in the middle. Midfield three of Brozovic, Kovacic and Modric, Perisic, Kramaric and Pasalic making up the front three. Brazil also unchanged. Alisson in goal. In the back four of Eder Militao, Marquinhos, Thiago Silva and Danilo, Casemiro and Paquetá. With Neymar playing just behind the front three of Vinicius Jr., Rafinha and of course Richarlison, top scorer for Brazil at this World Cup with 3 goals so far. So it's Brazil in possession at the moment on the left-hand side. Neymar has picked it up pretty deep inside his own half, exchanging passes with Vinicius Jr. and then finding Casemiro in a more central position. Sends the ball long. Croatia giving the ball away, and it's given Rafinha the chance to take the ball down the right wing and pass into the penalty area, cross goal, and a great save from Livakovic to deny the Brazilians an early strike in the second half. Richarlison so close to opening the scoring, probably the best chance of the game so far, and it's come in the opening moments of the second half. It's a long ball played up towards Vinicius Jr. cutting into his right foot again. The turn inside the penalty area from Richarlison, and they haven't cleared it, and surely 1-0. Great save by Livakovic to deny Vinicius Jr. The flag was up anyway for offside, so it may not have counted. Brazil creating more in the opening 2.5 minutes of the second half than they did really in the whole of the first. There is a check going on for a potential handball inside the penalty area. It was in the build-up to that chance for Neymar. He was able to turn and shoot inside the area. Great block from Gvardiol to stop his effort going on target, but it's Juranovic who potentially handled the ball inside the penalty area. It does look like it struck his arm. It's coming down over his head and into the penalty area. I'm not sure how much he knew about it. But the check is over, and there is no penalty. Juranovic will be mightily relieved. He was outstanding in the first half, but almost literally handing Brazil an opportunity to take the lead from the penalty spot early in the second. So plenty of drama in the early stages here. And Croatia looking a little vulnerable. Ball picked up by Souza. Exchanges passes and is able to drive into the Brazilian half. Ball loose in midfield and picked up eventually by Modric, who gets it out to Juranovic on the right-hand side. Does well to keep it in play. Gives it back to Modric again. Kovacic now, still on the right-hand side. Back to Modric. He's got Juranovic ahead of him. Modric picks him out brilliantly. Juranovic tries to drive in the cross low and settles for a corner in the end. Good play by Modric down the right-hand side. Juranovic stayed forward. And at the end of it all, set-piece opportunity here for Croatia. Perisic, who scored a header in the last game, has put himself in a very central position alongside Gvardiol and Lovren, who are Two of the obvious targets for Modric here as he takes this corner kick, right-footed outswinger. It is a Croatian head, and it's come to Kramaric across goal. And Brazil clear their lines. The flag was up anyway for an offside against Kramaric, so it wouldn't have counted. Little scary moment there for Brazil, but once again, as with the opportunity at the other end, may not have mattered anyway. A pretty lively start to the second half here, just over 5 minutes gone. Thiago Silva plays it out to Militao. There's a throw in here, Militao. Just inside the Brazilian half. Exchanges passes with Paquetá before Croatia win it back, and then Militao just hauls Modric to the floor on the halfway line. Croatia have the free kick here. Taken by Brozovic. Plays it back to Dejan Lovren. To Juranovic. Flips the ball over the top with his right foot. It might fall for Kramaric. Good defending from Casemiro, and now Neymar with a bit of space to run into down the left-hand side, driving forward. Still going, quickly surrounded by 3 Croatian players, but he's got his ball out wide to the right for Rafinha. Neymar has stayed down. Rafinha carries it forward slowly, tries to thread a pass through into the penalty area, but it's cut out by Croatia. Kramaric then can't hold the ball up, and it's gone out of play for a throw. Neymar now back on his feet, looking a little uncomfortable. Of course, missed 2 of the group games after an ankle injury picked up in the opening win over Serbia. Returned to score an important penalty against South Korea, which gave Brazil a 2-0 lead very early on in that game, and pretty much killed the contest, you'd have to say. It was over pretty quickly before South Korea were able to get going. Very different story today against this very tough, very experienced and very capable Croatian side. The question marks over their performances at this World Cup, and whether they'd be able to live with the talent of this Brazilian team. They've stood up well to them so far as Juranovic and Modric exchange passage, and Juranovic again getting forward as he did throughout the first half, out to the right-hand side. Nice little change of pace here as the ball is clipped out to Perisic, looking to curl a ball into the penalty area beyond everybody, including the on-rushing Pasalic. The ball has gone out of play for a goal kick to Brazil. 8 minutes gone in the second half. Antony is getting ready for Brazil. Could be their first substitute to make his mark on this game. Started in the game against Cameroon. He's made a good impact at Manchester United since joining them. Can he make his impact at this World Cup? Time will tell. The ball is played back to Thiago Silva. Takes it over the halfway line. Passes it out to the left-hand side for Rafinha. Switches play. It's with the left-back Danilo now, who was booked in the first half. And finds Neymar. He's able to carry the ball forward. Can't find a way past Modric, though. It's back with Danilo again. Looking for Neymar, and he's inadvertently been able to pick out Richarlison, and now Neymar into the penalty area, goes for goal. Ivakovic with the save. That one would have counted. It's a big moment. Brazil still threatening here with a cross, which has been dealt with initially. And maybe now Croatia can clear their lines. And that was a really decent opportunity for Neymar. Juranovic is down for Croatia at the moment. I don't want to lose him after the impact he's had on this game. It was great play from Richarlison, who held off a couple of challenges before slipping in Neymar. quite a tight angle. He got his shot away pretty much on the corner of the 6-yard box. It's a slight angle. He was stretching a little. Couldn't get full power into the shot. Smothered well by Livakovic. He keeps the score at 0-0 with 10 minutes gone in the second half. No goals so far. And Brazil have now made that change. Rafinha replaced by Antony. All now at the feet of Thiago Silva. As Brazil pretty encouraged by the start they've made here in this second half. As they go looking for that opening goal. And straight away Antony looking to get involved. Slips it through for Richarlison, who has to race to get to this, and it was a decent ball into the penalty area as well. Qatar was pretty close to getting on the end of it. And the ball goes out of play for a throw to Croatia. Brazil look a little more dynamic, a little more dangerous in this second half. Starting to find a way through this Croatian defence. So again, it was Richarlison heavily involved. His cross was cleared on the edge of the 6-yard box. Slightly more aggressive in the press, Brazil, in the second half, just making life a little more uncomfortable for Croatia. Lovren clips it out to the right-hand side for Juranovic. Gives it to Pasalic. Modric now, all the way back again to Dejan Lovren. Finds Gvardiol. Modric again. To Brozovic. Now. Still very much anybody's game here. Brazil just starting to look a little more threatening than they have really since the start of the second half here. Now the ball is at the feet of Gvardiol. Forward again by Kovacic. Kramaric now able to turn and finds Modric. Patient build up here from Croatia, but can they find a way through? It's with Kovacic again, midway inside the Brazilian half. Back to Modric on the edge of the centre circle, clips it out to the right hand side for Juranovic. Takes it down nicely and plays it back to Kramaric again. Lovren still keeping it over on the right hand side here, Croatia, as the ball is now played back to Luka Modric inside the centre circle. Kovacic now. Keeping possession well, Croatia, but not really going anywhere at the moment. Brozovic has it. Now Juranovic making a run down the right-hand side, inside to Kramaric. To get it back again here. Is it going to open up for Croatia? And Brazil have turned it over. And Richarlison striding forward, able to cross the halfway line, tries to slip it through for Vinicius Jr. Really good challenge to win the ball back, and now maybe Croatia could look to break. A little bit hesitant in possession there. So Brazil win it back on the halfway line with Danilo. And now it's Marquinhos and Thiago Silva on the halfway line. It's Antony now. The drive infield from the right-hand side finds Richarlison, who tries to flick the ball forward and chase after it, but overplays it and runs it out of play for a goal kick to Croatia. Certainly a couple of big chances, or bigger chances anyway, than we had in the first half for Brazil. Which is to make a couple of saves. The first was actually that cross on the right-hand side that was well saved. It was actually Gvardiol that got his foot to the ball to deny Richarlison. But had his goalkeeper not come to his rescue, he'd have an own goal to his name. And then, of course, Livakovic denying Neymar shortly afterwards. So it is Brazil now creating the big chances, or the significant moments in this quarter-final as we approach the hour mark. Still waiting the first goal. Netherlands or Argentina are waiting in the semi-finals. That quarter-final between those two countries to take place a little later on. Kick off in around about 2 hours and 40 minutes from now. Ball is cut out once more by Lovren. Brazil trying to find a way through on the edge of the penalty area. Solid at the back. Lovren and Gvardiol have dealt with pretty much every threat very comfortably. It's only in the second half now that they're starting to look a little more vulnerable, but it's more down to the quality of the build-up from Brazil, who've stepped their game up a little bit. It is still goalless. Brozovic gives the ball to Chelsea's Mateo Kovacic. Gvardiol takes it into the Brazilian half, plays it back for Brozovic again. Exchanging passes with Kovacic. Not much of a press here from Brazil. The ball has slipped into Pasalic. Souza back to Kovacic. Patient build up here from Croatia. Cautious defending, you would say, from Brazil at the moment. Kramaric has it out on the right hand side, plays it to Modric, gliding out to the right to try and find space for a cross. And looking for the free kick on the far touchline. Michael Oliver says no foul as Modric gradually gets back to his feet. It's good work from Danilo to win it back for Brazil. Now Paquetá trying to keep the ball in play on the touchline. And Croatia have it again with Modric. And now they have men forward. It's a good interception by Casemiro just to break up potential attack there for Croatia, who do have possession again. Gvardiol midway inside the Brazilian half, checks back and gives it to Kovacic. Roll it out towards the right hand side. Modric and now Brozovic under pressure from Vinicius Junior, but gets it out to Juranovic. Still Croatia in possession here. All at the feet of Mateo Kovacic. Driving forward, out to the left. Perisic looking for the cross, comfortably gathered by Alisson at his near post. Has barely had a bit of work to do in this game, Alisson. Certainly hasn't really had a save to make. Croatia are very solid, very resilient. They've only conceded 2 goals this tournament so far. Brazil have possession here. It does look as though they are eyeing up another change, potentially. Looks like Rodrigo is ready to come on, the 21-year-old Real Madrid player. I wonder whether it might be his clubmate who makes way. Whether it would perhaps be Richarlison, who's had a quiet game. He's had plenty of attacking options on the bench. No Gabriel Jesus, of course, who's out of the World Cup with an injury. Rodrigo, Gabriel Martinelli are options. As Militao gets a cross in, did well to stretch and keep the ball in play, and managed to deliver the cross into the penalty area, dealt with by Croatia. Rodrigo is now primed and ready to enter the fray, and it is going to be Vinicius Junior who makes way, one Real Madrid player for another. 30 caps between them coming into this game. Cap number 20 for Vinicius Junior, but unable to add to his 2 goals, one of which of course he scored against South Korea in the last game. For Rodrigo, just the 12th cap and just the 1 goal at international level for him. Second change then for Brazil. Croatia yet to make a switch. Zlatko Dalic will be hoping that some of his more senior players are capable of going the distance. Still a little more youth about this Brazilian side, despite 1 or 2 real veterans, you'd say, in the squad. It's the first chance for Rodrigo now as he finds Neymar. Neymar is taken down. And it's Brozovic who commits the foul, already on a yellow card. He is treading a fine line. You wonder if there is going to be a change. He might be the one who makes way. If there's one more of those tackles, something similar, he could be in trouble. free kick is from the left-hand side, not too far left of the centre. It's Casemiro looking to go for goal from distance, and he hit it with power but straight into the wall. And now for a throw-in to Brazil. 20 minutes gone in the second half. We're still waiting for the first goal of this quarter-final. Rodrigo carries the ball forward and plays it into the penalty area, not dealt with by Croatia. Big chance and a big save. Paquetá denied by Livakovic, who really has had to step up in the second half. Another important block from close range. And it was Croatia failing to clear their lines that led to the chance. It was only really a fraction of a second in which Paquetá had the chance to get his shot on target, which he did. Well saved as the corner is delivered and hacked away to safety by Croatia, who are starting to look a little more vulnerable. Onto the edge of the box now as Eder Militao goes for goal. Took a bit of a deflection, which looped the ball up into the air, and now Brozovic looking to get the ball away. He felt that he was fouled. And play continues with Marquinhos dragging the ball forward from the halfway line. Ball with Neymar. Plays it back to Marquinhos again. Now Casemiro out to the right-hand side here for Antony to run at the Croatian backline up against Sousa. Shifting from right to left, eventually plays the ball back to Marquinhos. He rolls it out to the left-hand side. Neymar. Richarlison waiting in the middle, so to Rodrigo. Brazil holding on to possession. They've been camped in that Croatian half for a little while now. Casemiro has it. Clips it into the penalty area. It's a good header away. And Croatia now with Pasalic looking to break free down the right-hand side. Held up by Kramaric. A little bit isolated, but does well. Finds Luka Modric, gets it back again. And he is caught on the halfway line. And the free kick will go Brazil's way. Croatia's way, I should say, despite the protests of Neymar. It's going to be a yellow card for Casemiro for pulling back Kramaric. So a second booking for Brazil. It's Manchester United's midfielder. He joins Danilo in the book. Brozovic, the only player cautioned so far for Croatia, as Juranovic plays it forward and then gets it back from Kramaric. Lovren now moves it to Gvardiol, who will flip it forward up towards the edge of the penalty area, headed on by Perisic, but just a little too isolated, nobody close enough to him. And there are players getting ready to come on, it would seem, on the Croatian bench. One of those looks like being Bruno Petkovic, who was dropped from the starting 11. 28-year-old forward who plays for Dinamo Zagreb. 6 international goals and 26 appearances. With the ball forward, finds Modric and does really well to win a throw-in on the Croatian right, 20 metres or so inside the Brazilian half. Taken by Juranovic, thrown all the way back to Lovren. The ball is now with Kovacic on the halfway line. Back to Gvardiol. Pressure from Richarlison. Picked up by Kovacic again. Gives the ball to Brozovic. No real urgency here from Croatia. Ball is picked up by Lovren. Plays it out to the right. Ball back with Luka Modric just inside the Brazilian half. Crossfield clip over to Kovacic, who's challenged by Anthony, and Michael Oliver awards the free kick to Croatia. Taken quickly, and Croatia move from side to side here, just inviting Brazil to come and put them under pressure, trying to tease them out. Being particularly adventurous, you'd have to say, in the second half, Croatia. But Nikola Vlasic and Bruno Petkovic are getting ready to come on. You can see both of them shortly. Croatia 20 minutes away from forcing extra time for the second time in this tournament. Came back from a goal down against Japan. Modric plays the ball out to the right-hand side. Juranovic, held up by Kramaric here, tries to go for the shot on the edge of the penalty area. Fights for possession with Rodrigo and is penalised in the end by Michael Oliver for a push. Despite the process of Perisic, and now the substitutions can be made. The first changes of the game for Croatia. Vlasic and Petkovic making way. Coming on, I should say, Andre Kramaric looks like being one of those about to be taken off. Mario Pasalic also making way. So Kramaric scored a couple of goals in this tournament. 22 international goals for him, the Hoffenheim striker. Only Perisic in the squad has scored more goals than Kramaric for Croatia. And Modric, actually, 23 for Modric, 33 for Perisic, is the joint second highest goal scorer for Croatia. Nikola Vlasic coming on for his 46th cap, Torino midfielder. And Bruno Petkovic of Dinamo Zagreb on for his 27th. There 18 minutes plus stoppage time remaining, and no goals in the Education City Stadium. First quarter-final of the 2022 World Cup. Rodrigo giving the ball to Danilo. It's now with Thiago Silva inside the centre circle. Stops the ball and just waits before playing it out to the right-hand side for Anthony. Ball back in the centre circle again, this time with Marquinhos, and he finds Neymar, who's dropped deep to pick up the ball again. Gives it to Rodrigo. Played out to the right-hand side now for Anthony. Looks to cut in on his left, looking for the free kick. Michael Oliver's waved it away. Presumably felt there was no contact there as Anthony went down. Anthony has won the ball back here for Brazil. And now Neymar looking for the opening. He's tackled on the edge of the penalty area by Juranovic, who puts it out of play for a throw-in. Michael Oliver waving away those claims for Anthony that he should have had a free kick on the edge of the penalty area. Anthony still complaining. Brazil still putting the pressure on. And the ball into the penalty area is comfortably gathered by Livakovic. It comes to nothing in the end from the Brazilian attack. Just seen the replay again of Anthony's claim for a free kick on the edge of the penalty area. Looks like Michael Oliver got that exactly right. Absolutely no contact at all. Anthony was almost expecting some contact to come in there from Sousa, but it was a decision from the official in the end. As Croatia look to build once more. Petkovic, the first chance to run with the ball here, plays a crossfield pass to Kovacic, who has to jump to control it with his chest and does get it eventually, and plays it to Modric, gets it back again. Poor touch from Kovacic, and the ball is run out of play for a throw-in. Haven't offered too much going forward in this second half. Croatia that looked a little more dangerous in the first, particularly on that right-hand side with Juranovic getting forward from full-back at every opportunity. He's not really been given that opportunity in the second half. And Brazil have looked the more likely of the two to find a way through here before we move on to extra time and potentially penalties. Second time in just the space of a few days for Croatia. A long way to go before that happens as Livakovic clears long. We are into the final quarter of an hour. Modric picking that ball out of the air. It's played to Brozovic. Vardiol giving the ball to his goalkeeper Livakovic. Rodrigo picks it up. Opportunity to drive forward here, and it's slipped in to Neymar, who is denied by Livakovic once again. It'll be a corner, similar to the move earlier in the half, where the ball was slipped in on the left-hand side of the penalty area. Neymar finds himself in a relatively tight angle with the goalkeeper approaching. Once again, Livakovic denying the Brazilian, who's trying to equal Pele's goal-scoring record. Ball into the penalty area, and Croatia have come away with it this time. And there's a foul on Modric by Marquinhos. He prevents the counter-attack but does pick up a yellow card. As Croatia look to break away from that Brazilian corner, Marquinhos just flinging himself at Modric and hauling him to the ground. Neymar once again very close to scoring, almost identical to his previous chance, right on the edge of the 6-yard box, just to the left of the goal from his perspective, but he was a little closer to the goalkeeper this time. He'd really closed him down by the time he got to the ball. So he would have had to find a way to slip it under the legs of Livakovic to open the scoring here for Brazil, but that threat is constantly there. It's Marquinhos now. Has the ball and gives it back to Alisson. 13 minutes of normal time remaining. Croatia yet to register a shot on target. Alisson has not been troubled. Livakovic has been busy in the second half. Brazil have looked the more likely to find that breakthrough. Are they going to find the goal before the 90 minutes are up? Neymar trying to find a way through, gets it back again. They do look threatening now every time they get forward, but Croatia standing firm. So Brozovic is surely caught there by Antony. He is, and it's a free kick to the 2018 runners-up. 5-time champions continue to be frustrated here. Vardiol looking over to take this free kick from deep inside the Croatian half. Pretty casual approach to the ball as he rolls it out to the right-hand side for Lovren. Strides forward, edging towards the halfway line, gives it to Juranovic, who clips it up for Petkovic. It turns Marquinhos nicely. Still have control of a possession inside the centre circle here, Croatia, as Kovacic tries a first-time ball through for Perisic, which is cut out. Now the ball is at the feet of Eder Militao to the halfway line for Paquetá. He'll sit on Antony the target, but it's cut out by Kovacic and goes out for a throw-in. Paquetá again, and field this time to Casemiro, and now the ball with Marquinhos. Held up by Richarlison. One back by Croatia. Modric steps in and now gliding forward for Croatia. It's a 3-on-4 as Brazil do get numbers back, and Richarlison getting back to win the challenge and dispossess Petkovic, and gives Rodrigo the chance to run at the Croatian defence. Rodrigo now switching the play to the right-hand side, finds Eder Militao. Militao out to Antony, being watched closely by Sousa. Antony trying to find a way past. Croatia double up on him. As the cross does come in, it goes deep. It's kept alive by Rodrigo, and then fired goalwards by Paquetá, but gathered by Livakovic. fairly straightforward for the Croatian goalkeeper. Brazil are knocking at the door. It was good play by Anthony on the right-hand side. Rodrigo holding it up then on the left. Just set the ball up for Paquetá to hit it first time. Straight at the goalkeeper though. 10 minutes plus stoppage time remaining in the second half. So the ball is played out to the left-hand side by Croatia for Sozo. Has to head it on for Perisic and does well. And gets it back in and clears it long up to the halfway line. One back by Marquinhos. Takes no chances and just rolls the ball back to Alisson. And the ball is with Thiago Silva. Paquetá gives it to Marquinhos. He plays it out to the left-hand side for Danilo. Back to Marquinhos again. Brazil will be desperate to try and snatch a goal here before extra time. They know they're on top, they know they're in control. And there has to be a little bit of caution at this stage of a game because one mistake could prove to be costly. Anthony slipping the ball forward. It's picked up by Livakovic for Croatia. He's had to keep his team in it at times in the second half. Not too many really big chances. Certainly some tricky moments and some important saves. Something Croatia haven't really been able to find in this second half. They did look threatening at times in the first half, but as I mentioned already, no shots on target yet for Croatia as the ball comes in, headed towards goal. Richarlison hoping for a corner. It's going to be a goal kick. 8 minutes to go. Plus stoppage time now for Brazil to try and carve out a winner. It does look like they will be the most likely team to win this in 90 minutes. Extra time though is looking more and more likely. Croatia are the experts at grinding out results. Modric. One back again here by Brazil. It's Neymar carrying the ball forward. A couple of Brazilian players end up on the floor, but Michael Oliver says no foul. As the challenge then comes in from Danilo. And there'll be a free kick. Perisic just asking the question again of Michael Oliver because Danilo is on a yellow card. Much like Brozovic, really. Danilo's now going to have to be careful. Getting pretty close to picking up that second booking, you would imagine. It's Brazil prepared to make their third change, and it's well, certainly a significant one because it is Richarlison, their top scorer, who is coming off, and it's Pedro of Flamengo coming on for just a fourth international cap. 25-year-old hoping to provide those fresh legs for Brazil. It's their third change. Sabulka's had a play for a Croatian throw-in. On the right-hand side, halfway inside the Brazilian half, certainly no rush here as Juranovic goes across to pick the ball up. It looks like he might be preparing to launch this long into the penalty area as well. The Celtic fullback, certainly a long run-up, urging two of the Croatian players to get into the penalty area. Juranovic with the throw. It is a big one into the box. It's going to fall for Vlasic inside the penalty area. Tries to head it across goal. There's a yellow wall that blocks the ball from reaching its intended target. Kovacic slides in to make the challenge and briefly win the ball back for Croatia. And now Alisson and Thiago Silva get the ball away. It was not the greatest back pass from Thiago Silva. Alisson stayed relatively calm and just put the ball out for a throw. Just a little example there of what can happen when things get close and nervous and so critical in in the final few moments of the game. Souza now driving forward for Croatia. Loses possession on the edge of the penalty area. And Brazil can come away with it and maybe even counter. Neymar driving forward. Has options to his left. And he has Danilo. Goes back to Neymar again. Being watched closely by Modric. Now a bit of space opening up here, but a really good piece of defending as Marquinhos, of all people, was preparing to pull the trigger. Now it's with Antony. Into the penalty area, onto his left foot, sets up the shot. Good block, comes out again, and it will be a corner. Eder Militao trying his luck. It's gone out of play. There are less than 5 minutes of normal time remaining. Can Brazil snatch a late winner, which they will feel they deserve? Antony with a corner, left-footed in-swinger, cleared away at the near post. Not a great delivery by the Manchester United man. Comes out to Rodrigo. Out to the right-hand side. It's a poor pass, and it's out of play for a throw. Croatia, again, just slowing the game down, in no rush to take these throw-ins. Brazilian side that have certainly done their best to break Croatia down in this second half, just haven't been able to do so. A couple of decent chances. Neymar denied a couple of times by Livakovic, has been excellent. This Croatian team are so solid, so dependable, so experienced. And their record, recent record in knockout games, is pretty impressive. They find a way through in these closing moments, or are we heading for extra time again? If it does stay like this, it'll be Croatia's third goalless draw in 90 minutes at this tournament. Fourth time they've ended the game at 90 minutes level. 5 games that they've played, the exception being that win over Canada, the only match they've won without the aid of penalties in this tournament so far. Modric plays the ball forward, it's cut out. Antony's interception just sees the ball land straight back at the feet of Luka Modric. Has it again here. It's Kovacic. Is there going to be a late burst from Croatia? Thiago Silva with the interception. Croatia, though, win it back. Souza looking for the cross on the edge of the penalty area. Petkovic has it. And he couldn't get the shot away and couldn't find a pass. It is still with Croatia. There's definitely some tension in that Brazilian backline at the moment. Have Croatia timed their assault on the Brazilian goal perfectly? Are they going to snatch it? Poor pass, which finds Souza, who keeps the ball in play. It was intended for Brozovic, who does have it now. Closed down by Paquetá. Not taking any risks here, Croatia. Ball back with Brozovic again on the halfway line. Gives it to Modric. The ball's at his feet. The whole of the Croatian team look a little more relaxed. The ball's with Lovren now. Taking it forward. Holding on to it. Brazil are being a little more cautious, understandably, at this late stage. Modric launches it towards the edge of the penalty area. Perisic got a touch to it. Comes out for Souza. Goes for the first time cross. Headed away by Thiago Silva. And then again by Paquetá. Neymar has picked the ball up just inside the Brazilian half and finds Rodrigo running towards the Croatian penalty area. Good defending again as Guardiola gets the ball away from Rodrigo and Pedro. And the ball now with Guardiola again on the left-hand side, slips the ball down the line for Petkovic, who felt he was fouled, nothing given. It's back with Brazil into the final 30 seconds of normal time. The clipped ball into the box is just about dealt with by Croatia. It's Luka Modric who heads the ball out of play. Antony. Are they going to find a way through here? Neymar out to the right-hand side. It's a good ball to Anthony. Clips in the cross with his left foot, headed away by Gvardiol. Central defender wearing a face mask, putting his head where it hurts there to clear the danger. Into stoppage time. As Anthony picks it up again, there's going to be 4 additional minutes. Brazil camped on the edge of the Croatian penalty area now. Neymar finds Rodrigo, tries to get it across goal. It's behind for a corner. Big moments in the closing stages here. In comes the corner, headed away at the near post. And Croatia survive again, for the time being at least. Some anxious faces in the crowd now. Most of them are Brazilian. They probably felt, particularly in the second half, that this goal would come. It hasn't yet. Do have possession again, deep in Croatian territory. Ball is almost given away by Kovacic on the edge of his own penalty area, but cleared now up to the halfway line. Petkovic bullying Marquinhos to try and get to the ball. In the end, Marquinhos helped out by Thiago Silva and Danilo. Brazil on the move again. Ball clipped forward, cut out. Croatia struggling to clear their lines, and Sosa got lucky there because Anthony handled the ball inadvertently. Brazil are not happy with the decision. They could have been in trouble there. Croatia just about survive. And once again, they will take their time over this free kick. Now, everywhere you look inside this arena, there are anxious faces. 2 minutes of added on time left. Extra time looming in the distance. Another 30 minutes for this Croatian side, who have a lot of miles in their legs, have a lot of experience and a lot of composure in the tight moments. They've proved that over the last few years. Gvardiol has it. Clips the ball out to the right-hand side. Croatia going to create an opportunity here. Deflected cross. Marquinhos has to stretch to head it away. Did so well in the end. As Rodrigo picks the ball up just inside the Brazilian half. Modric is penalised. Rodrigo has stayed down. Brazil are keen to get on with the game here because they want to try and snatch a goal in the final minute. Thiago Silva running across to pick Rodrigo up as he hobbles away. Final minute of stoppage time. Are we going to get some real late drama here? Or are we heading for another 30 minutes? Plus potentially penalty shootout. Marquinhos down to the left-hand side. Ball is with Neymar. Can he find a moment of brilliance, a moment of magic to take Brazil through to the final 4? Anthony taking on Sosa, and Anthony going for goal. Livakovic saves comfortably, and that might be it as far as Brazil are concerned in this second half. They may need extra time to secure their place in the semi-finals. Croatia will fancy their chances of making that happen. The full-time whistle has gone, and it will be an additional period coming up shortly. No goals in the game so far. Brazil certainly with the bigger chances in the second half. Croatia created very little, no shots on target in that 90 minutes, but they're still in this, and just 30 minutes away potentially from a semi-final of a World Cup for a third time in their history. It's goalless at the end of the second half. Extra time on the way. Croatia 0. Half where Croatia barely threatened. It was one-way traffic, but no way through. Lajkovic called upon a few times in that second half. I wouldn't say he was overworked. Most of the saves he made were pretty routine. Croatia yet to get a shot on target in this game. They are still in with a chance of making the semi-finals here. It's Brazil, who've got the first half of extra time underway, have possession on the left-hand side with Rodrigo, one of the substitutes who came on in that second half. Marquinhos has it now for Brazil. Danilo looking to switch the play over to the right-hand side. Sousa underneath it and feels the need to deal with it with Anthony behind him. And Brazil win themselves a corner in the opening minute of extra time. try and put some early pressure on this Croatian team. Militao is forward. Neymar is preparing to take the corner. Right-footed outswinger headed towards goal, but across the 6-yard box and away from danger. As far as Croatia are concerned, Qatar then felt that he was caught. Goes down holding his leg, down by the touchline. Brazil not able to make the most of that corner. It's a little bit of a coming together between Juranovic and Qatar, but didn't seem to be too much in it there. There's a decent ball in by Neymar from the corner, and it was Pedro, the substitute, who put his head to the ball. Qatar back on his feet, receiving a little bit of treatment. The throw-in going the way of Croatia. The referee not convinced by Qatar's claim for a free kick as Juranovic launches it long and bounces over the head of 2 or 3 players. Vlasic chasing it down. And he felt that he was fouled there. In fact, the free kick has gone the other way, one which Brazil have taken quickly. Marquinhos gives it to Thiago Silva. Launched long. So Antony goes to ground again. The throw-in goes the way of Croatia. Antony felt that he was fouled. Made some strong claims for a free kick on the edge of the penalty area in the second half, shortly after coming on, when it was a clear dive. There's possibly a little more in this. There's certainly some contact from Sousa as Antony goes down, and the free kick wasn't given. Now Croatia have a free kick. It's just a little bit disjointed at the start of this first half of extra time, which may well suit Croatia. You just get the sense that Brazil are starting to feel a little frustrated, not being able to play the game that they want. Croatia are so good at managing these tight moments in games. The ball with Livakovic again. Launches it forward. Picked up again by Gvardiol as it comes back towards the edge of the Croatian penalty area. Pekovic holds it up on the halfway line. Maybe drew a foul there, but Brazil win it back. And this time Antony goes to the ground and does get his free kick. And he feels he's being particularly mistreated on that left-hand side. He's certainly given Sousa a problem since coming on. It's another fairly dramatic fall from the Brazilian, but it was a foul. Brazil have restarted play here, 4 minutes into extra time. Played back into the centre circle for Marquinhos. Neymar has it. Inside the Croatian half, just stops and waits, and then plays the ball out to Qatar on the left, who tries to clip across in towards the far post, but he's mishit it. It's gone out of play for a goal kick. Almost 5 minutes gone since the start of extra time. Not really had any rhythm to this game yet. Restart play with a goal kick, taken short by Livakovic. Knocks the ball over to the left-hand side now for Gvardiol. Pretty rock solid at the heart of that Croatian defence alongside Lovren. They've been under pressure, but again, you would say that the chances Brazil have created, not exactly big chances. 1 or 2 decent opportunities. Certainly had the better of things in this game. I don't think there's a save that Livakovic has made that you wouldn't expect him to be able to make. That'll be the frustration for Brazil, for all their dominance. And Antony again has done really well to turn Sousa and get down that right-hand side. He certainly looks a player who could cause problems for Croatia in the time that remains. And he's on it again here. It's a nice ball into the edge of the penalty area. Brazil moving it around the edge of the box, looking for the space. Rodrigo, and now Danilo looking to get the cross in. Souza is there to head the ball away. Petkovic holding the ball up well initially, and then being challenged, and Brazil get it back. It's very much a case of picking up where they left off here in the first half of extra time. Knocking on the door as Antony's cross goes to the far post, headed back across goal, not dealt with initially by Croatia. Still not out of the penalty area. Neymar has it, looking for the pass to return to him on the edge of the box, and it's well dealt with this time by Croatia. Eventually win a free kick. Luka Modric again, just getting himself in the right place to win the ball and draw the foul, using all his experience in this game. And at the moment, Antony looks like Brazil's biggest threat. He is giving Souza a tough time down that wing. As Brozovic wins another free kick to Croatia, just inside the Brazilian half, much to the frustration of the Brazilian players. Brazil have got to deal with their frustration well here, because Croatia is certainly making life difficult for them. They do have so much experience in the squad. No, it's something that is repeated over and over again. The likes of Kovacic, Brozovic and Modric in that midfield are really very capable of just controlling proceedings. As Brazil prepare to make a change, it looks like it's going to be Alexandro. Presumably will come on for either Danilo or perhaps Fred Militao. Might switch Danilo then over to the right hand side, we shall see. 40th cap it would be for the 31-year-old Juventus left back. Marquinhos gives the ball to Thiago Silva. To Marquinhos again. Happy sitting deep in their own half. It was played out to Neymar. Now it's with Thiago Silva inside the centre circle, down to the left for Danilo. Ups it on for Neymar, and again on to Rodrigo. Cuts onto his right foot, dangerous ball into the penalty area. Paquetá, who came sliding in to try and get on the end of it. He wasn't really anywhere near it in truth. And it's nothing more than a goal kick. To Croatia. Seem to be managing the occasion reasonably well. Not surprised if they were able to snatch the winning goal, but you never know. Ball here played up towards Petkovic. Vlasic it is, holding it up. Gives it to Modric. Modric carrying the ball forward. Now to the right hand side. Vlasic looking for the first time cross, comfortably dealt with by Marquinhos, who clears it high into the air. And then there's a foul by Kovacic, who just barged his opponent out of the way. And the ball was up in the air, challenging for a header. So take the free kick quickly. It's with Danilo, rolls it back to Alisson. Hasn't had a save to make in this game. It's the 100 minutes played, and Croatia have yet to have a shot on target. When it gets to the knockout stages, you can easily get through without having a shot on target in normal time. Brazil come forward again. Good defending on the edge of the penalty area by Lovren. Can they hold off the threat of Brazil for the 20 minutes that remain? Antony has it just inside the penalty area. Gets it back again from Militao, taking on Souza, who is certainly troubled by Antony. Cross comes in from deep this time. Acrobatic effort from Pedro. Ivakovic pounces on the ball, rolls onto his back, clutching it to his chest, slightly theatrically. Pedro with a scissors kick, which ultimately proved fruitless for Brazil. No real drama yet for this Croatian defence or Livakovic in extra time. Vardiol has it on the edge of his own penalty area, just knocks it across for Lovren. Juranovic hasn't been as much of a threat on the right-hand side from fullback since half-time, really. He was excellent in the first half, getting forward and making life difficult for Brazil. He's been operating purely as a defender, really, since then. But here come Croatia into the penalty area. It's a really good run, and the attempted cutback from Kovacic is dealt with by Brazil, who almost lose possession again on the edge of their own penalty area. It's cleared away to safety, but maybe a chance to break away here with Antony. And now Militao. He's got Neymar ahead of him. Also has Rodrigo and Pedro. Neymar with a heavy touch and a brilliant sliding challenge from Lovren to win it back. As Modric now plays the ball out to the left-hand side. And Perisic will hold the play up. He's completely on his own, but he's found a way into the penalty area. Still going Perisic. Can he set up the chance? Petkovic fires it over. What an opportunity. And they can't quite believe it. Croatia so close to creating a clear shot on target. It's certainly their best chance since half-time, maybe their best chance of the game. Great work by Petkovic, and it's Brozovic who fired it over the top. And that would have been quite some smash and grab for Croatia in this quarter-final. Almost 13 minutes of the first half of extra time played. And that is arguably the best chance we've had since play restarted in extra time. Ball with Modric now. Picks it up again inside the centre circle. Has a little look around. It's had a relatively quiet game, but you feel he could still have such a big part to play in the closing moments. His ability, his experience, and his quality on the ball. As Antony speeds down the right-hand side. It was actually Modric who came across to try and deal with him initially. He was never going to be able to keep him up. Perisic and Antony square up to each other, eye to eye. And Michael Oliver quick to jump in, just have a word with the two of them. Antony's been frustrated a few times for one or two of the decisions that haven't gone his way. I think Croatia are aware of that, and maybe just trying to stoke the fire a little as we move into the final minute of the first period of extra time. Rodrigo holds it up well, and then the shot from the edge of the penalty area from Danilo goes flying high and wide, never giving Livakovic any kind of concern. Brazil do seem to be running out of ideas a little bit here. It's been a really frustrating quarter-final for them so far. I get the impression Croatia would be happy enough to take penalties right now if you offered it to them. Just get the feeling as well, if they get one chance, they might just be able to take it. Marquinhos and now Eder Militao charging forward from the back. It's come to Antony. He's taking on Sousa again. This time the fullback does really well to make the challenge and put the ball out of play. 15 minutes are up. And Brazil have an opportunity to snatch something here before the halfway point in extra time. It is 1 minute to be added on. Minimum of 1 minute of additional time. And then we will be 15 minutes away from a penalty shootout. Neymar has it. We've got a lot of time here to make something happen, but here is Neymar looking for the 1-2. Nearly gets it back, does get it back, goes round the goalkeeper and scores! It had to be! It's Neymar for Brazil! Incredible! Right at the end of the first half of extra time, That stubborn Croatian backline is broken. And it's the main man for Brazil who delivers. He started the move and showed such composure to finish as well. Picked it up pretty deep, midway between the halfway line and the penalty area. Little 1-2 initially with Rodrigo, then another one before rounding the goalkeeper and smashing the ball into the back of the net. Absolutely outstanding from Neymar. It's such a good finish. It's such a moment of brilliance that only players like him are capable of. The composure to go round Livakovic and finish from a tight angle. Sousa's desperate lunge, futile, as Neymar hammers home what might be the goal to take Brazil to the semi-finals in Qatar. Extraordinary moment at the end of the first half of extra time. Croatia not quite able to hang on. And the whole of the Brazilian squad joined in the corner to celebrate. Neymar's second goal of the tournament, and with that goal he equals Pele's record for Brazil. What a moment for him. Goal number 77 for his country in his 124th cap. Zlatko Dalic, the Croatian manager, knows that could be the killer blow unless Croatia can make something happen. Half-time and extra time hasn't actually blown yet, so Croatia looking to respond straight away. Ball across the edge of the penalty area, hacked away by Antony, up towards Modric, and Michael Oliver still not blowing for half-time and extra time. Now he does. And Neymar's goal is the difference as things stand. A moment of brilliance from him. Is it going to be the winning moment in this quarter-final? Brazil are 15 minutes away from the Final Four. At half-time and extra time, they lead Croatia. replaced by Fred of Manchester United. And Alexandra has also come on for Eder Militao, so Danilo will slip over to the right-back position for the time that remains in this game, as Neymar's goal may well have given Brazil a place in the semi-finals, unless Croatia can come up with an answer. Just a reminder, they haven't yet managed a shot on target in this game. They've made a change as well, with Lovro Maia coming on, scored in the win over Canada. Will he perhaps come up with a goal here? To try and give Croatia a lifeline in this game. They've got to change their approach now. They were trying to see it out. They were trying to hold off the threat of Brazil. And a moment of magic from Neymar has changed everything. Now they're coming forward. Came back from a goal down to win on penalties against Japan. They have considerably less time to do that here. It's all about how Brazil approach this as well now. So Perisic takes the ball on, gets the cross in from the left-hand side. It's over everybody. Modric coming across and can't keep the ball in play. Brazil will just try and manage the game now. Certainly been the more dominant side, the side who have tried to win this game. Croatia, you feel, for large periods have been a little cautious, understandably so perhaps. Holding out for 120 minutes against a team of this quality, when there is a player like Neymar on the pitch, just feels very difficult indeed, as Antony skips away from challenges and Lovren comes across to win the ball back for Croatia, plays it to Livakovic. Couldn't have done much about the goal. It's just a brilliant piece of play from Neymar. 2 1-2s in the build-up to the goal. Second one with Paquetá, ultimately leading to the deadlock being broken, but just have to give Neymar enormous credit, not only for playing those 1-2s, but also just showing the strength that he did to get on the receiving end of that second pass, hold off the challenge of Sousa, ram the goalkeeper and finish brilliantly. It's a brilliant goal from Neymar, and such a big one as well. What a way to tie the record of Pele, as the ball comes in again from the left-hand side from Perisic. So Gvardiol comes across to prevent Neymar from getting on the end of a long ball. Croatia have got to take risks. They've got to throw men forward. If they can find one opportunity. Sousa now playing it into Perisic, finds Modric, skips away from a challenge brilliantly and wins a corner. And this is where Croatia could potentially find a little bit of hope if they can keep winning corners and set pieces. Modric will try and be as involved as possible in these closing stages. And certainly his final World Cup, the captain at the age of 37. Change on the way here for Croatia before the corner can be taken. Ante Budimir of Osasuna, 31-year-old, making just his 17th international appearance, taking the place of Borna Sousa. It's a forward for a fullback. It is kitchen sink time for Croatia. Modric takes the corner short to Maia. Maia gets it back again. Brozovic finds Modric. Back to Brozovic once more. And Maia trying to work their way through here. Maia's cross to the far post. Petkovic holding the ball up inside the penalty area, but Brazil get it away. And now Neymar will do his best just to hold up play here. The ball has run out for a throw-in. Neymar unable to keep it alive. Throw-in which has been taken by Perisic. 10 minutes of extra time remaining. Modric gives it to Guardiola inside the centre circle. Modric gets it back again. Flips it out to the right-hand side. Ball bouncing on the edge of the box. Good clearance. Guardiola again picking it up for Croatia, giving it to Lovren, who strides forward. Then plays a deep cross from the right-hand side. Not dealt with fully here by Brazil, but the free kick has gone their way. Thiago Silva fouled by Budimir as he tried to win that header. Thiago Silva taking his time as he Brazil heading for the semi-finals in this World Cup. Has Neymar produced that moment of magic that makes the difference in tight games like this one? He knew he'd have a say at some point. His 8th World Cup goal, more importantly for him perhaps his 77th, that takes him level with Pele. Goal number 78 come? That could be the question. Probably no doubt that he is soon to become Brazil's all-time top goal scorer. Could it be in a semi-final with Argentina? Could it be in a World Cup final? Does Brazil lift the trophy? Those are real possibilities for Brazil's talisman. He'll be more focused at the moment on getting his team through the final 8 minutes of extra time here. Guardiola has it in the centre circle, gives it to Modric. Modric plays it down to the left-hand side for even Perisic. Perisic looking to take on Antony, who stands up to the challenge well. Doesn't really make a tackle, just stays strong, and Perisic runs it out of play. Defending by the substitute. He's made a real impact really since coming on. Just giving Perisic a little bit of a nudge with his shoulder. Good defending. Is Croatia prepared to make another change? Brozovic off this time. And he's being replaced by Mislav Orsic, another forward. And going all out here, Croatia. Try and find something. Alisson has not been tested. They haven't had a shot on target. They had a big chance a couple of minutes before Brazil scored. Probably their best chance of the game. It was blasted over by Brozovic, and in the meantime Maya has put the ball out for a corner to Brazil, which will certainly suit the men in yellow. They are edging closer to the semi-finals. Play the winner of tonight's quarter-final between the Netherlands and Argentina. Foul has been called here by Michael Oliver. It will be a Brazilian free kick as Neymar is hacked to the ground. Talk about stepping up in the big moments. That's exactly what he's done today. It's a fabulous goal. And you see Brazil over the line. Free kick is a long way out. Looked like he was shaping to shoot there, but he's given the ball to Antony. He was giving the ball away really cheaply. Brazil quick to win it back. Certainly not the set piece that Neymar had in mind there. Antony, I should say, has been excellent since coming on. Guardiola now wins the ball for Croatia, plays it back to Livakovic. Lovren striding up from defence and launching the ball forward. Overhits it though. Straight out of play for a throw. Brazil will be happy enough here just to slow the game down. They don't want any rhythm. Just want to run that clock down as much as they can. And here they come again. The second goal would surely seal it. Fred's the furthest man forward. Lovren clears the ball long, left-footed. Perisic trying to head the ball on. Modric plays it forward. And there is a bit of space opening up down the left-hand side here. Orsic into the penalty area, pulls it back. Big chance, big deflection, equalizer. Unbelievable. Petkovic with the goal for Croatia. With 4 minutes to go. It's absolutely extraordinary. A big deflection on the shot from Bruno Petkovic. But Croatia will take it. And what a moment in this quarter-final. Not a shot on target in this game for Croatia until the 117th minute. And even then it took a deflection to beat Alisson. Petkovic's effort was on target. But there's no doubt the deflection took it away from the Liverpool goalkeeper. Thiago Silva, who was standing in the way. It might have been Marquinhos as well, actually. Took a touch off one of the two anyway as they crossed paths. I think it's Marquinhos who stuck his leg out, got a touch to it, and it left Alisson grasping at thin air. It's on target, it'll go down as a Petkovic goal. But Croatia from nowhere have equalised late on. And you just can never write them off. 2.5 minutes plus stoppage time remaining. And we could be heading for a penalty shootout. Extraordinary end to this game. That goal for Neymar felt like the killer blow. But this Croatian team know how to get the job done and just know how to find a way back into matches that they really shouldn't have any right to compete in. And the way they've played for the vast majority of this game, you can't exactly say they deserve that equaliser, but they've kept themselves in contention. And when the moment came, they took their chance. When you do it time and time again, like Croatia seem to do, it's no longer a coincidence. They never give up. And they may have just earned themselves a chance of a penalty shootout quarter-final win against the much fancied Brazilians, who will be feeling deflated. The penalty shootout against Japan was one that really didn't trouble Croatia. It was a poor set of penalties from Japan. You'd imagine the Brazilian penalties will be better. But the know-how and experience of this Croatian team will have to count for something here. Lovren has won a free kick just inside his own half. Modric tried to take it quickly. The referee's pulled it back. Neymar is down. He's suffering with a little bit of cramp. Brazil have got to find a way to pick themselves up. 30 seconds of normal time in extra time remaining. Plus whatever's added on. And then it'll be penalties. We've had penalty shootouts in this World Cup already. Are we about to get another one as Croatia come forward? And there's a speculative strike at goal, left-footed from Lovren Mayer, long way out. And the Ren midfielder, who has scored in this World Cup, not finding the target on that occasion. And there will be 2 additional minutes to play as Allison launches it long. Free kick given against Rodrigo. Modric takes it, gives the ball away. Anthony chasing after it now. Gvardiol coming across to try and make the challenge. Did well. Stood up to the Manchester United player, and then Perisic just wipes him out with a poor challenge. He's taking no chances here. Hacks Anthony to the ground. Even Perisic may well be about to receive a booking here. Looks like he might have got away with one. Either way, it's a free kick to Brazil. Dangerous position, right-hand side by the touchline, almost level with the edge of the penalty area. Neymar standing over it. Final minute of added-on time at the end of extra time. We're going to have more drama here before the possibility of penalties. Hasn't been clear. Great save by Livakovic, and then Gvardiol, who was on the floor, flung himself at the ball to head it away. But Livakovic, who's been a big player for Croatia in the last couple of games, makes another important save. It was Casemiro's shot from close range, parried away by Livakovic, and then headed clear by Josko Gvardiol. He was down on the floor. The 20-year-old defender's been outstanding alongside Lovren. Youngest player in this Croatian squad, Gvardiol, has put in a huge shift as the full-time whistle goes, and the dramatic end to what has been a fairly quiet game will see us go to a penalty shootout. Neymar's dramatic late goal in the first half of extra time looked to have won it for Brazil, but 3 minutes from full time, Bruno Petkovic with a deflected effort that has given Croatia another chance at a semi-final via a penalty shootout. 1-1 the final score, and penalties are on the way in just a moment.